Good afternoon, Council. Members of the public, I'll call to order our special council meeting of Monday, December 11, 2023. We're going to start by having a reading of our land acknowledgement, and I'll call on Councillor Perry for that.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and to grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. The next thing we're going to do is adopt the agenda. There's one item added there. I have another item to be added, which is an update on the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village that also our CEO is looking forward to presenting today. So the motion would be that the content of the special council agenda for December 11, 2023 be adopted as amended. The first one would be to add item 5.1, water treatment plant expansion project update, and item 5.2, Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village update. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Potts, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. I'll just mention that Councillor Baines is en route. He was tied up at his work today, but he will be coming as soon as he can. I'll also just mention that there's no deputations registered for today's meeting, but we have received a number of written correspondence sent to council, and I just want to assure everyone they have been read and considered, and thank you for sharing them with us. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Regarding agenda item 4.1 P2023-32, which is the matter of the process to update the current 2004 official plan. At this stage, I wish to state a non-disqualifying interest as per Rule 1B of Council's Code of Conduct. The interest is that I have numerous relatives and associates that own property that may be affected by the recommendations for the proposed new official plan. But since any benefit from the recommended changes is deemed to be for the collective good of Collingwood and not for an individual that I am aware of, I will be participating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is P2023-32, official plan update. And of course, this is about the adoption of our new official plan. So to get started, we're going to hear from our consultant, Mr. Ron Palmer, and following his presentation, we'll hear from our Director of Planning, Summer Valentine. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's always great to be here in Collingwood. A little bit of snow, always nice to see. Next slide, please. We've been on a journey here in Collingwood for quite some time. I've been here 2 councils, 2 mayors, and an interim mayor, COVID-19, an interim control bylaw, a minister's zoning order. It's been quite a journey, but it's been a good one, I think. Tremendous accolades to your staff. The collaboration on this document has been wonderful. And also a shout out to your community who have been fully involved and engaged in this plan. We started in November 2019, many, many years ago. We've gone through quite a process of visioning and information gathering, preparing a whole host of background studies, and promoting a lot of the key ideas that we've heard as we've gone through the process. and certainly background studies that deal with the key issues that we've been asked to deal with by the province and the county through this process. We've gone through 2 full drafts of the plan. The first one released in 2022. That was out to the public. And I'll talk a little bit about what we heard through that process. We prepared a new draft that we released in July of 2023. We held a number of open houses. We did a presentation here to council. And we've prepared now a final draft of the plan. I hesitate to call it the final version. We still have a conversation with council today. And after it's adopted, it does go to the county for approval. And they also retain the right to make modifications before approval. So we're getting close to the end. It's been a terrific exercise for me. I've really enjoyed working here in Collingwood, being from Barrie, not too far away. Spent every single winter weekend here up in Collingwood, doing a lot of skiing. And of course, my summer student placement here in Collingwood in, I think, the summer of 2002. Yes, I think that's right. No, it's not. 1982. Sorry. Only 20 years off.
Time flies.
It's always a pleasure to see the house where I rented a very small bachelor apartment still standing on First Avenue. Although the shipyards are gone, things have changed. It continues to evolve, and that's part of what living in a town is about. Evolution, good evolution. Next slide. This slide you've seen before. This is what we heard on draft 1. As I mentioned, there was a tremendous amount of interest shown by the public. And we created a host of comment matrices where we dealt with the key topics that were identified by members of the public. In addition to all of those comments from the public, we also have had to deal with a host of provincial legislative changes, and those continue today. Bill 109, Bill 108, Bill 23, Bill 97. We're still awaiting adoption of the new provincial planning statement. And you never know from week to week what comes out of the provincial government. Rumors are almost as many as the Shohei Ohtani extravaganza from Friday. As I mentioned before, a lot of things have happened that we've been working with through this process, not only official plan amendment number 7 from the county, but also the MZO and the interim control bylaw have had influence on the outcomes in this plan. So that was draft 1. Next slide, please. Draft 2. Again, we've heard quite a bit, not as much written correspondence on draft 2, but still some important topics that were identified. We had good turnout at the public open houses that were on October 4th, and you will recall I was here speaking with you on October 17th. The 3 key topics that were identified at those public open houses, as well as in a written correspondence, was natural heritage, mostly site-specific with respect to that. Transportation continues to be a topic of concern, as well as building height. Now, building height was particularly focused on the building heights proposed within the downtown Heritage Conservation District. And we've certainly had a look at all of these and made some changes to the policy framework, hopefully positively responding to the comments that we heard. The conversations that we've had have all been very positive. And in my mind, the help of the public, staff, and council has been instrumental in getting us to where we are today. I use the title, what we've heard, very specifically, because we've heard everybody. We've listened, we've read, and we've responded to the commentary that we have heard through this process. We haven't always agreed with people's concerns or people's suggestions, but absolutely, we've looked at them, read them, heard them, and responded to them as best we can. As I've said, there's been a lot of adjustments made, editorial, substantive, and more significant than that as we've gone along. The first draft does not look the same as this current draft. So people should know that their input has had an impact. It has made us think very hard about the policies that we've supported in this plan. And we think that their help has made this plan better as we've gone through this process. And that's fundamentally why you go through a public process, to make the plan better. Next slide. Again, we've been listening. Climate change continues to be an issue, although we've dealt with that relatively comprehensively, although this is not a climate change action plan. Height in the downtown HCD, I mentioned before. Transportation, active transportation. A new topic this time around, the redevelopment proposal of the golf course was certainly something that people had a lot to say about. And then there were a host of more general comments, editorial comments, wording suggestions, and other topics that were related or combined a host of topics together and provided us with commentary. We always and continue to receive site-specific commentary. Again, those are the types of comments that deal specifically with the land use designations or the regulatory framework that deal with an individual property or a series of related properties. We continue to respond to upper tier policy. I have worked with staff to try and make this plan as new provincial planning statement friendly as possible, so that you don't immediately have to do an amendment once that document is approved by the province. Again, an ongoing evolution of the policy framework, the wording, and the structure of the plan up until today. We're still considering things that people provide to us. Everything's important. Everything is understood and read. It's a really important point. We have listened and read everything we've received. Next slide. I have a few slides that have a lot of text on them. I'm not going to punish you with reading them all, but I am going to try and hit some highlights. First of all, this plan is a long-term document. It's to 2051. And that's an important number that's mandated by the province and County Official Plan Amendment number 7. We have prepared this plan to conform with applicable provincial legislation. And also the other test is to be consistent with provincial policy statement. And as I've mentioned, where appropriate, the new proposed provincial planning statement. I highlight the test, conformity versus consistent with, because it is a slightly different test. Conformity is you must conform, you must implement. Consistent is conform unless there's a reason you can't. It's always understood that as part of the Planning Act, every official plan is required to be comprehensively reviewed at a maximum every 10 years. That's to make sure that you stay up to date, that the plan policies are achieving what you are anticipating that it achieve, and simply to reflect any contextual changes that have been going on in the town of Collingwood. That's a maximum time horizon. You can choose to comprehensively review your official plan at any time. It's also understood that this plan was written without a master mobility and transportation plan. And that's something that you've already started and something that is likely to result in some amendments to this plan. It will be more up to date in terms of the appropriate approach to transportation and mobility throughout the town of Collingwood, and a really important piece to update where we are today. Also, the plan policy talks about a downtown master plan, and that's part of a strategy towards thinking about the appropriate development framework that happens within the downtown in total, but also within the downtown cultural heritage district plan. Importantly, the official plan is a living document. It will be amended from time to time. It will be challenged from time to time. It will be changed from time to time. It's important to remember that that's a typical, normal process with any official plan. And the goal is that it makes these ongoing elements of change, make it a better, more responsive plan, and deals with the context for planning and development of the day. Certainly, Collingwood will continue to evolve, and certainly circumstances will continue to change over time. Official plans provide an overarching policy framework within which decisions are made about development over time. Some policies are very definitive, and some have inherent interpretive flexibility to ensure that there is some opportunity to think about impacts of development, what's good and what's not so good for the town of Collingwood, not necessarily requiring amendments for everything, but certainly having opportunities to approve things over time. It's also really important that you shouldn't just read one policy in the official plan and say, this gives me the direction to do what I think I want to do. You really need to understand all of the policies and how they all fit together to create a policy framework. As I've always talked about with council, with staff, and with the public, that we started this plan with an idea of a vision statement that we worked together with the public to create. And that led to some fundamental community building, I'm going to call them principles, but they're considerations that link back to the vision statement, but also push down into the policy framework. The idea is that they all fit together to create a focal element of how to deal with growth and development over time in the town of Collingwood. Everything needs to be understood. Every provincial policy and every provincial piece of legislation says the same thing. Read it all and apply the relevant policies, because there's always more than one. This official plan, or any particular part within it, following the approval by the County of Simcoe, will be appealable. It's a statutory planning document, and it will be appealable to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Certainly, you can't appeal the entire official plan saying, I don't like it. I'm going to fight about everything. The requirement today is that you need to focus your concern so that the board can deal specifically with appeals on the merits of the specific concern. This is an important part of planning in Ontario. There is always a right to appeal and to make your case. The goal of this plan is it gives you enough policy support to win the hearing. That's always my objective. Next slide. Carrying on, this official plan is not a choice of the town of Collingwood. You have to have an official plan, and that's a requirement under the Planning Act. The Planning Act gives you the authority and tells you what needs to be in your official plan. And of course, the Planning Act doesn't act alone. There is a host of other provincial policies that also have influence on decision-making about planning matters in the town of Collingwood. Quite specifically, the Municipal Act is part of this. That's the Development Charges Act, Ontario Heritage Act, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act, the Environmental Assessment Act. That's most of the ones that are of the most significance to this official plan, but certainly all provincial legislation may have some level of applicability to planning decisions here in Collingwood. The official plan is also not the only document that you need to implement, approve, or deny development applications. As I said, the official plan is an overarching policy framework, and it is given more legal or more statutory strength through a new implementing zoning bylaw. It is a requirement of the Planning Act that you must do an updated implementing zoning bylaw that implements this new official plan within the next 3 years of the passing date of this plan. That's really important so that the official plan and the zoning bylaw are working together, are talking about the same principles, and are achieving the development forms that are appropriate and that you want within the town of Collingwood. Again, the zoning bylaw is pretty important, but we also talk in the plan about a whole host of other statutory planning tools which are available to the municipality under the Planning Act that need to be considered and utilized to the benefit of the town of Collingwood. Other approvals are draft plans of subdivision and condominium, site plan approval. Studies that you can do are community improvement plans, which are a vehicle to potentially provide financial incentives to the private sector. Community benefits charges, which are a fee for development, for certain forms of development. Parkland dedication, which is and can be a requirement for all forms of development. Holding bylaws, interim control bylaws, temporary use bylaws. Lots of tools available. This official plan empowers the town to utilize any or all of these tools in the manner in which they are intended to be used, which is articulated in the Planning Act. Next slide. One of the things I wanted to talk about, or what are the big differences with this plan and your existing plan? And to begin, I will say there's nothing wrong inherently with your existing official plan, except that it's pretty out of date. It's also pretty big, and that's a result of it being amended, adjusted, added to over time. It is an appropriate time to bring it up to date with current legislative requirements, as well as the new growth management tools, partly identified in the County of Simcoe official plan and partly part of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and the existing provincial policy statement. All of these things are important pieces that your official plan needed to implement to bring it up to date with all of those pieces of legislation. So one of the things that we've been trying to do in this plan is an updated urban structure, and that includes the natural heritage system, which is up to date. Certainly, we've identified strategic growth areas within the town, and that's the areas where the idea of intensified development are to be promoted. The idea of promoting strategic growth areas as opportunities for significant growth is a way to try and alleviate some of the development potential within your existing residential neighborhoods. Existing residential neighborhoods will continue to evolve, but the pressure for much more significant change should be substantially reduced by allowing it in more appropriate locations. an urban structure is an important part of the plan because it's more than just continuing to accommodate growth. It's about accommodating growth in a way that is supportive of enhanced transit over time. And those things are linked to alternative choices for mobility and a response to climate change, as well as more sustainable forms of development. So everything works together. We've identified and articulated the concept of compatible development, and that is intended to give the town a clear definition for how to evaluate forms of development and how they relate to existing development. It's a typical phrase that is used throughout Ontario to adjudicate what is appropriate and what is not. Certainly, we have identified the downtown core as a really important part of Collingwood. Today, and since I've been here in 1982, downtown Collingwood is a real gem. It's something that needs to be supported. It needs to accommodate appropriate new growth, all in the context of protecting what is great about downtown Collingwood. There's lots of differences of opinion about what that means, but nonetheless, everyone agrees that downtown Collingwood is a gem and needs to be supported however it needs to be supported. Moving to the natural heritage system, we did a new evaluation through this process with an appropriate professional with lots of experience in doing official plans, and have identified a new natural heritage system, environmental protection designation, and an adjacent lands overlay. We have made specific notification to how existing lots of record are to be dealt with. They have specific development rights. How to deal with existing development approvals. And in a recognition that ecosystems change over time. So certainly the one that has been identified in this plan uses the most up-to-date information that was available. That doesn't mean it's not going to change more over time. Things grow, things change. So it's important that the natural heritage system, when there is development in proximity to it, that additional, more detailed study be carried out to make sure you're doing what you're required to do by the provincial policy statement, which is to protect significant natural heritage features and their associated ecological functions. That is the job of the municipality in conformity and consistency with provincial direction. We have identified the need to prepare environmental impact studies and provided some guidance as to what one of those studies does and what it's intended to achieve through the development approval process. Next slide. As I mentioned, one of the key topics that was raised from the outset of this project was, what are we doing about affordable housing and the climate crisis? I link these together because they are linked in response. I have suggested before that the idea of the climate crisis, and this official plan is not a direct climate change action plan. What it does do inherently is four important things. It makes Collingwood become denser over time, and that's an important climate change objective as we try to reduce the carbon footprint per person by being more efficient with land. That's a really important part of it. The second part of that, which of course is linked, is establishing an urban structure through the strategic location of intensified development forms that supports enhanced transit facilities over time. A key cornerstone of responding to climate change is providing alternative options for mobility, including transit, getting people out of their cars and able to walk for some of their daily functions. Doesn't have to be everything, but it should be an idea that you don't have to drive everywhere. The next one is protecting the natural heritage system. That's a key part. The tree cover, the stormwater facilities that are near it, the wetlands, the ANSIs, the ESAs, all need to be protected. And that is a good thing for the environment in general and a good thing for climate crisis management. The fourth one is providing a policy framework that talks about the use of green building technology and green infrastructure. And there is a section in the plan that starts to give some advice as how that might be dealt with. So as part of dealing with climate change, the official plan does include those 4 elements. However, it stops short of establishing targets and how targets are to be measured and that sort of thing, because that is more appropriately done outside of the official plan as part of a climate change action plan. Switching back to affordable housing, we've worked with the Affordable Housing Task Force, included a whole policy framework that talks about how the municipality can influence the development of affordable housing. And we've established targets for density, targets for intensification, and included, as required, an affordable housing target. The province, to this point, has not yet provided the town of Collingwood with a specific tool that allows you to compel affordable housing. But it does give you a palette, this plan does give you a palette of opportunities to have an influence on affordable housing development. Certainly, we do identify community improvement plan opportunities, which, as I mentioned earlier, are the potential to provide financial incentives for the delivery of affordable housing. You could also use the community benefits charge to help with that. And of course, inclusionary zoning, which is the tool that the province has provided to directly influence the delivery of affordable housing, is not yet available for use in the town of Collingwood. Those things change over time. This plan does provide the empowering policy for when, and I'm going to say it's going to happen eventually, but for when inclusionary zoning becomes a tool you can use, your official plan already provides empowering policy to do that. So that's a pretty big difference between this plan and the old official plan, and it is up to date with current policy direction and strategies throughout the province. Next slide. Sustainable development, again, obviously linked back to the climate change element. We are trying to deal with sustainability in many forms because sustainability has many definitions. We do talk about complete communities. The idea of a complete community is almost what I talked about when I said we're trying to get people to be able to walk or bike to daily activities, recreational or functional, places to work, places to shop. A complete community is not a phrase that we have made up in this plan. It is a specifically defined term in provincial policy. And that's what it means. Provide the opportunity for multiple functions to be in proximity. And in proximity enough that not everyone has to drive to go to do anything. So they can walk to work or walk to school or bike to the store or bike to the community center. Again, provincial mandate, it's a requirement of planning policy in Ontario, and it's something that we have dealt with. Certainly, mixed use development is part of that solution, and we've certainly provided a lot of opportunity in what we call the strategic growth areas, which are intended as higher intensity locations, but also the location for a full range and mix of land uses to be developed either directly in the same building or at least in proximity within the same district. The plan talks about economic vitality, and it's an important part of making sure that Collingwood remains fiscally sustainable in the long term. And we do talk about economic development aspirations in a policy section in the plan. We've also provided planning policy frameworks that support the idea and will inform the new zoning bylaw, as well as the urban design manual that you already have but needs to be updated. And again, both the official plan and the urban design manual should be talking about achieving green building standards in all development going forward. Sustainable infrastructure is important. This mostly lies on the responsibility of the town as you build the necessary infrastructure to support ongoing development. In terms of transportation, we have recognized the need for and the ongoing work for the Master Mobility and Transportation Plan. The urban structure and the density distribution and height distribution does support multimodal transportation options, as well as a policy framework for active transportation, which is wholly integrated into the idea of multimodal transportation. Stormwater management is not a very significant part of the official plan, but certainly we do expect a master plan dealing with stormwater management to be forthcoming in the future. And the idea will be, how do you make it stormwater facilities part of the sustainability solution? Water and wastewater, significant issues here in the town of Collingwood. We've simplified the policies. We do recognize that there's a lot of work to do to make sure that the town is ready to accommodate the anticipated growth that comes from the county official plan amendment number 7. The town did a lot of work through your interim control bylaw to establish your servicing capacity allocation framework, and we have included that in this official plan to provide it with some additional strength. We think it's a really good process and list of criteria to think about when you're allocating what is a scarce and expensive resource here in the town of Collingwood. Next slide. The last of the big moves is trying to be more streamlined, and that comes out of provincial policy changes in Bill 108 and Bill 109 that establish timeframes for approval and penalties for missing them. And that's really important. So we've tried to make the policy framework very clear. We've tried to get rid of duplication and unnecessary detail and storytelling to focus on what you are looking for and what you expect, all in the context of the up-to-date policy framework that comes from the public, from staff, from the county, and from the province, importantly. We've tried to make the official plan a little easier to read and minimizing the need for site-specific amendments. Of course, it's absolutely crucial that the new zoning bylaw get underway so that the details of the planning policy framework can be more further articulated and put into the zoning bylaw, which in fact provides the development rights on individual properties. Next slide. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the official plan. You've seen most of this before, but it's important to go through it one more time. But I'm not going to linger too much on this part. So next slide. This is the same table of contents that you've seen before. It covers all of the typical elements of an official plan and provides details within each chapter on how the municipality is to move forward in dealing with development approvals over time. What's the vision? What are the priorities? How do you build a successful community, which are overarching policies? The growth management chapter, which is really implementing the county official plan amendment number 7 and the growth plan for the Greater Ontario, Greater Golden Horseshoe. Land use designations, which is the meat and potatoes of the plan, talking about all of the policies that deal with specific designations within the town of Collingwood. Chapter 6, transportation, service infrastructure, utilities. Chapter 7, implementation and interpretation, which includes a discussion of all of those tools that are available to the town that I mentioned previously. Next slide. An official plan is never finished until there are schedules that help articulate the concepts that are included in the plan. This is the same list of schedules. They have been adjusted in response to some commentary. And there is a new schedule 3.1, which adds a discussion of hazard lands for a specific watershed within the town of Collingwood. Appendices are the same. They have been adjusted a little bit in response to comments, primarily the cultural heritage one. But we deal with cultural heritage resources, the vision for the Poplar Village MZO lands, and the natural heritage system. It really talks about how that natural heritage system was established. Next slide. Mentioned already, we start the official plan with a vision statement. This was developed through a series of public workshops that we had right at the beginning of this process. Minor adjustments have been made along the way, but fundamentally, this is what we talked about with the public. This is what they thought was important. This is how they describe existing Collingwood and what they would like to see in the future. Next slide. Community priorities, and importantly, these are not in any particular order. Everything's equally important, but they are coming from the vision statement. These are more specific statements of intent, statements of priority that are important backbone for this official plan. There's a total of 11. You've seen them all before, and they're all important parts of an evolving municipality. Next slide. Building a successful community, as I mentioned, these are overarching policies, so they're not specific to a land use designation, but they are applicable to all forms of development within the town of Collingwood. Housing options, economy, healthy community, high quality built spaces, cultural heritage conservation, and promoting environmental sustainability and adapting to climate change. These policies are a little more specific than the statements of priority, and they give you an idea of how things might be achieved and what the role of the municipality might be in achieving those. Next slide. As I said, Chapter 4 Growth Management is fundamentally a response to the County Official Plan Amendment 7 and the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Talks about how much the municipality is expected to grow to 2051. Importantly, a change in provincial interpretation of these numbers is that these are not caps on future development. These are intended as minimum targets to be achieved. And that is a very important difference between a cap and a minimum target. We talk about how growth is to be allocated in your urban structure, how much is to be intensification, how much is to be greenfield, what are the parameters around that growth, and then how is it going to be accommodated, and how, importantly at the end of this one, how will service capacity be allocated, and that is matching your SCAP document from your interim control bylaw. It's an important framework establishing part of the official plan, which on the next slide, the schedule that goes with it, we could go to the next slide. This is a relatively simplified version of the town of Collingwood. Yellow is residential, orange is greenfield residential, pink are your strategic growth areas, purple are your employment lands with the identification of the MZO on part of it. And of course, it includes the environmental protection designation and the rural agricultural part of the town, which we're calling the future community area. Next slide. Land use designations. We have a lot of land use designations. Certainly, these are intended to reflect existing forms of development as well as opportunities for new development opportunities. We identify the residential communities specifically. We talk about the strategic growth areas. What are the land uses permitted? Height and density control. Employment areas, what's their role and function? The future community area. The natural heritage system, including the environmental protection designation and the adjacent lands overlay. And then, of course, there's a section on all of the remaining area-specific policies, which deals very specifically with individual properties that have special policy identification within them. Next slide. So this is the land use designation schedule, and it is a more detailed and more highly subdivided version of the growth management schedule. This identifies all of the articulated land use designations that are in Chapter 5 and applies them to various properties throughout the town. Next slide. This is the bones of the natural heritage system. The dark green is the protected environmental protection designation. Those are your significant natural heritage features. The light green is the adjacent lands overlay, and that is intended as a trigger for any development application within that light green area to prepare an environmental impact study to establish appropriate buffer areas adjacent to the natural heritage features, any specific policies that require mitigation of impact, and so on. Next slide. This schedule identifies the hazard lands and the special areas of the town that are subject to floodplain policies from the conservation authorities. And it includes some special policy areas, particularly the Pretty River Special Policy Area. Next slide. These are the site-specific areas within the town. Again, these have, generally they have a land use designation and then either additional or fewer policy permissions for each one. So these over time have had official plan amendments that provided specific policy relief for each of the properties. Next slide. The transportation, municipal service, infrastructure, and utilities. We do touch on a host of concepts in the transportation system policy framework, including the need for the master mobility and transportation plan, active transportation, complete streets, public transit, the road network, how to deal with parking, access, and loading, and a host of other detailed elements of your transportation system. And again, a section on municipal service infrastructure and utilities, touching on wastewater, water, sewage treatment, stormwater management, utilities, etc. These are policies that generally talk about how the municipality is going to deal with these over time. Next slide. This map identifies the the transportation network that is important for the growth of the town. It is primarily reflective of the existing map in the existing official plan and expected to be adjusted as growth occurs and as the master mobility and transportation plan is completed. Next slide. This is another plan that identifies some enhancements to the trail network and identifies the arterials and collectors roads within the town of Collingwood. Again, this is likely to be adjusted after the master mobility and transportation plan is completed. Next slide. Chapter 7. Again, I talked a lot about some of the elements of implementation. I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail, but this really describes and empowers the municipality to utilize all the various tools that are provided to you under the Planning Act. It also provides some policy frameworks on how to ensure that forms of development are achieving other municipal objectives related to finance, land acquisition. There's some section here on public meetings and notification. And of course, one of the largest parts of this is how do you deal with a development application? And that talks about pre-consultation meetings, required studies, how the municipality is going to peer review those studies, when is an application deemed complete, and when can it be considered as a complete application. These are important elements that come from Bill 108 and Bill 109. It's an updated and quite different than your current official plan in some respects. But nonetheless, section is really, the official plan is the overarching policy document, but there are a host of other things that you can do to work with the development community and the residents and businesses within the town to carry forward planning principles to achieve your priorities and the vision over time. Interpretation, we talk a little bit about definitions. We don't include a whole section on definitions, but we talk about where these phrases come from and how they're to be interpreted over time. Your new implementing zoning bylaw will include a full array of definitions. And the goal is that you have them in one place, not in multiple places, so you don't have to keep going back and forth, making sure they match. Land use boundaries and roads, there's always some level of inherent flexibility in dealing with that, as well as with numeric standards. How do we deal with subsequent legislation and all your other documents? The town has done a lot of master plan work. Those are valid, important documents that need to be considered. How do you deal with technical revisions? What happens if there's a policy conflict? And then is there opportunities to delegate authority for approval other than always council? The next slide. I'd be happy to know this is the last slide. What happens after today? Hopefully, council will adopt the official plan, and there is an opportunity to adopt with modifications or without modifications. After today, staff will finalize the official plan based on any direction received from council today. After that, it's submitted to the county for approval. They are your approval authority. They may approve your plan with their own modifications, and those modifications can come from multiple sources, including the town. But they have the opportunity to make further changes to the plan before it is approved. Now, once the county approves with modifications or decides not to approve this plan, that decision is subject to appeal to the OLT, and it can be appealed by the town. It could be appealed by any landowner, ratepayer, business, whatever they like, whatever they don't like, they can appeal to the OLT and make their case for change. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Summer to do the staff presentation.
Yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We do have a brief staff presentation, and as the slides are queuing up for us, before I begin, I do want to emphasize that although I'm the one delivering the presentation today, this official plan has really been the product of incredible teamwork from all business units across the municipality. Some of the contributors are here in this room today, so we wanted to be sure that they're recognized. And I would specifically like to recognize the person sitting to my left, which is Senior Planner Wukash. He's worked tirelessly on this initiative while still shouldering a full load of development applications. And truly, this plan would not be the same without his attention to detail, his expertise, his openness to innovation, and his pragmatic spirit. I would also be remiss not to speak to the fantastic guidance the town has received from our consulting team throughout this project. They brought planning expertise, land economics, and an ecological lens to their advice. I could have the next slide, please. So Mr. Palmer has certainly done an exemplary job of taking you through the process to date, the public input we received, how it was addressed, the corresponding matrices that we've put together, as well as the objectives, priorities, and content of the plan. So I certainly am not intending to repeat any of that detail, but I would like to take the opportunity to underscore 2 key points. So the first is to clearly state to you, Council, that staff can concur with the consultant's professional opinion that the new official plan conforms to and is consistent with all the relevant planning instruments and represents good planning. The second, you heard Mr. Palmer reference the time horizon to 2051, and we want to be clear that Council's not locked in, so to speak. The document is specifically structured to be dynamic, to evolve over time, and we already know there's likely to be some future changes after the upcoming master plans are completed, and we have a variety of conversations that remain ongoing that we'll highlight in the next slide. Importantly, Council can also modify the plan before it's adopted or request modifications through the County of Simcoe. Next slide, please. So though we've been at the official plan review for almost 4 years, there are some topics that are not yet fully resolved, and therefore they're only partially reflected within the document. These evolving conversations are quite robustly described in the staff report, but I'd like to go over them quickly with you as they are reflected on the slide. So the first is the municipal comprehensive review at the county level. The first phase was wrapped up with what Mr. Palmer has referred to as OPA 7, which is before the province for their consideration, and the county in the meantime has moved on with their second phase. The grain terminals reimagining, it's recognized as a placeholder policy within the document, but we know the full details of that project are yet to come through a site-specific application. So also, although we've made changes to floodplain mapping and policies to clarify, conservation authorities are continuing to work on some technical refinements, particularly in the areas of the Oak Street Canal, as well as the Pretty River. These weren't completed quite in time to incorporate into the plan, yet we continue to work with the Conservation Authority to move that yardstick forward. We all know that legislative and policy changes, they're ongoing at the province. We've done our best to respond to all of those changes that have been passed, but we know there's more to come. As noted, transportation was a hot topic throughout this plan review, and our plan does focus largely on complete streets and active transportation. However, there's some specific road requests that really do need that engineering rationale and technical support before staff are able to make a a positive recommendation on those considerations. And lastly, but importantly, we are extremely pleased with the level of Indigenous engagement that we've experienced throughout this initiative and the relationships that we continue to strengthen with Indigenous communities that have a current or historic interest in our geography. That being said, the fact of the matter is that many Indigenous communities simply don't have the capacity to respond within Planning Act timeframes. So we've worked with the county to ensure that the door remains open for any additional input that they have to be considered. Next slide, please. As we've mentioned, Council can modify the plan before adoption. There's 3 areas in the staff report that we'd specifically like to highlight for your knowledge and consideration. The first is related to some policies that apply to the downtown. They've been in place for a long time. It's my understanding since the early 2000s. We call them protectionist policies, but what that basically means is certain types of uses can only be permitted in one area. In our case, retail alcohol sales and banks can only be located in the downtown core designation. Staff are generally of the opinion that these policies are a bit dated. We do question their continued relevancy, and we are challenged to support them in the context of complete and active communities. However, we did leave them in the official plan with the caveat that either individual landowners or the town could embark on a study which may demonstrate that those uses would be viable elsewhere in our municipality. The second area is the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village project. You're very familiar with this transformative undertaking and the number of positive community benefits that come along with it. The underlying MZO is a broad document, and therefore in the official plan, we have endeavored to capture the highlights of the vision, align with the key details of the Minister's zoning order, and recognize that there also is a separate development agreement. The official plan that you have before you today is reflective of the initial comments that we received from the proponents. Staff worked with their planning representative through the changes in quite a large level of detail. We did subsequently in November receive a second letter, which we were more challenged to support. It did produce a different policy direction. But we did have a wonderful opportunity last week to meet with the proponents, and a third policy approach was provided through to Council on Friday at the end of the day. Being so close to adoption, neither myself nor my planning colleagues have had an opportunity to go through that submission with a fine-tooth comb, so we're not able to provide you today with a definitive planning opinion, but I would say it certainly does look positive. Council could choose to amend the plan on the fly. However, we would prefer and recommend that we continue to work with the proponent through the county modification and approval process. That way it gives us an opportunity to provide you with our best advice. We can work on tweaking the policies, continue to work with the proponents on our mutual goals, and avoid a possible appeal. The last item to highlight is that we have a number of site-specific requests by landowners who don't want their property to be included within the expanded Greenland system. The boundaries of the environmental protection designation that were shown to you by Mr. Palmer were developed by a professional ecologist based on the best available data. However, we have given these landowners the opportunity to undertake a site-specific study, which could scientifically demonstrate that there are no significant features on their properties or that development impacts could be mitigated. And if that scientific information is made available to us, we could certainly remove their lands from the Greenlands designation. We've got a number of studies underway. However, some landowners have asked either for you to preemptively conclude that the studies are likely to show a positive result or to not make a decision on their lands today. We've gone through in the staff report, and I won't repeat it, as to why a non-decision wouldn't be recommended by staff, and there's several opportunities in order to incorporate the results of those environmental impact studies into the plan, either through the county's approval process or through future housekeeping amendments. And I've left a little placeholder on this slide for any additional modifications from council. Next slide, please. So we'd like to walk you through now the components of the resolution so that we're clear on what's being recommended today. The first clause is standard to receive the report. And the next clause confirms that landowner requests that are considered major redesignations have not been incorporated in this plan. Council at the outset of this process set up criteria to identify major and minor site-specific amendments with the intent that major requests would be dealt with through future official plan amendments. The next clause is to adopt the new official plan and repeal the 2004 version. And I would note that the way that we've set up the bylaw is this doesn't come into effect until the county has made its decision. So you won't lose an official plan as we move forward toward approval. As noted earlier, the second last clause recognizes that Indigenous engagement will continue. And finally, we've asked the county to ensure that any significant modifications, whether requested by the town or required by the county, do come back before you in an open session for your endorsement before they are incorporated into the plan for approval. Next slide, please. So just to expand a bit on the next steps that were introduced by Mr. Palmer, if you see it fit to adopt the official plan today, which we hope you will, here's what will happen next. We would release a notice of adoption in accordance with legislation, and we do go above and beyond the Planning Act requirements. We have a number of courtesy notice lists who will also get the same notice. We would prepare the adopted plan and the record, which will include all of the letters, public engagement materials, background studies, etc. That all goes as a package to the county. We can continue the conversation on potential modifications, and the county can certainly consider additional public input. Ultimately, they can approve, modify, or refuse the new official plan, and when they do so, a notice of decision would be released, and that would allow those who see fit to do so to exercise their appeal rights. We would certainly come back to council with any appeals that are received because there are financial and resource costs to the municipality. Next slide, please. So for members of the public that want to stay involved, this is a critical slide. They can certainly contact the county directly, and to preserve their appeal rights, we would highly recommend that they request a notice of decision from the county, and we've included the contact information on this slide. This same information will be provided on the notice of adoption. And next slide, please. And then finally, I'd just like to circle back to the new official plan. It's not very often as a professional land use planner that I have the opportunity to come before you as council and impart some inspirational words, but I do feel compelled to do so today. The new official plan represents countless hours of effort on behalf of the community, council, consultants, and staff with one goal in mind: to foster Collingwood as a complete, compact, and healthy town that welcomes diversity, respects sustainability, and is a place where everyone can access their daily needs and reach their full potential. I am so very thankful for the tremendous effort that we put forward on this project, and I'm very proud of the product that we are offering to you today for adoption. It combines many perspectives. It also serves the public interest by representing voices that we don't hear from very often in the planning process, like working parents that are struggling to make ends meet, like youth who want to stay in our community but can't see a path to do so, and from those who can't speak, from the land, the water, the plants, and for generations to come. As well, we'd just like to also recognize that we do have a diverse population, and we have many newcomers within the town of Collingwood that are trying to gain a foothold, but may not be familiar with our processes and may not have been able to speak in the official plan process. So is the document perfect? As much as we have tried, I will say probably not. Will you agree with every phrase? Again, probably not. But is it a big step forward from the 2004 official plan? I would emphatically say yes. Does it include an expanded greenland system with a higher bar from environmental protection? Yes. Does it provide an urban structure that allows people to live near where they work and to walk, cycle, or take public transit to where they want to go? Yes. Does it support housing, not just the traditional low density formats, but taller, more compact, innovative, and diverse types so that everyone can find a place to call home, not just the privileged few? Yes. Does it allow for businesses to thrive along strategic corridors, closer to neighborhoods, as well as in the heart of our downtown? Again, I would say yes. Does it support an essential paradigm shift in how we think about accommodating growth, including infill, intensification, sensitive height increases that will allow us to be resilient in the face of global crises like housing affordability, climate change, and urban sprawl? I would say a resounding yes. In closing, the official plan provides you, Council, with strategic, comprehensive framework to guide your decisions around sustainable infrastructure investment. The plan is structured to manage change in a way that contributes to Collingwood's reputation as a successful and desirable place to live, work, play, and of course, invest. The plan's a visionary document. It paves the way for sustainable growth. It stands at the forefront of progress, addressing community priorities in a forward-thinking approach. It balances the tenets of good planning, and it becomes a catalyst for positive change. It doesn't just envision a better future, it actively shapes it, harmonizing intensification and economic vitality with environmental and fiscal responsibility. The plan is really a testament to our collective commitment to creating an active, complete community where both present and future generations can not only meet their needs, but thrive in the town of Collingwood. Final slide, please. So that concludes our staff presentation. We've got quite the panel here today that can assist to answer questions, provide clarification, or respond to any comments that you might have.
Thank you for both those presentations. I think what we'll do right now is we'll read in the motion and then we can get down to some discussion. So the motion is as follows: that staff report P 2023-32 official plan update, adoption of new official plan dated December 11, 2023 be received, and that the major landowner designation requests outlined in this report will require standalone official plan amendment applications in accordance with council-endorsed criteria and have therefore not been incorporated into the new official plan, and that council enact and pass bylaw number 2023-095, being a bylaw to adopt the new Town of Collingwood official plan dated December 2023, which also has the effect of repealing the 2004 Town of Collingwood official plan and all amendments thereto, and that it is recognized that Indigenous engagement continues and any additional modifications to the new official plan required to protect Indigenous rights and interest would be initiated by the County of Simcoe prior to approval in consultation with the town, and that the town requests that any major modifications to the new official plan that are considered necessary by the County of Simcoe be presented to council in an open public session for endorsement prior to approval of the new official plan. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Ring. Okay, open for discussions. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I join you also in appreciation to staff and the consultants and what I thought was probably an impossible timeline given the amount of challenges and changes that came our way in this process. So a couple of just administrative things to start, and then something on a question with respect to infill, a couple of questions on the downtown core, and then one little question in terms of the most recent comment of the director, which things that I don't think are in the conversation right now, and I want to make sure they are not. In terms of minimum of 10 years, I think we can see already been 4 years to 5 years trying to update where we were at. And I think at the very least, we should say a minimum of 5 years. We start to look at the process and see where we are, because I think these things are almost outdated by the time we get through the county process of approval. So I really believe that we need to be looking at that opportunity a lot sooner. It may not mean we initiate it right then, but I think we need to be looking at it then. And in terms of those numbered priorities, I think by the very nature of numbering them, you do assign them a priority, if you will. And I don't, if there any problem with just putting asterisks beside them in there, so you don't have to make that comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Absolutely, we could do that. I did add text at the beginning of the list that the numbers don't matter, but if there's no numbers, the numbers matter even less.
Okay, thank you for that. And then in terms of the most recent conversation, at this point, I would be totally opposed to any conversation in removing financial institutions and what has been the foundation of our downtown core. And it would require, I think, a lot of input from the BIA in terms of what we need, because when you lose your downtown, we saw what Barrie went through trying to rejuvenate that. So I think that, and we made a huge financial investment in putting that block work in piece. So I'm hoping that's just a go future consideration, but nothing that's being contemplated in this document we're considering today. If I could just have confirmation on that, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through
Valentine?
you.
Yeah.
Yes, the policies were left in the official plan at the request of the BIA. Staff and the consultant do have some discomfort, but we're prepared to move forward to recommend adoption, because there is an option for either individual landowners or the town as a whole to conduct a retail study to demonstrate that those uses could be accommodated in other locations in the town without negatively affecting the vitality of the downtown core.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And so the next thing in terms of infill, I know that kind of weighs more into the zoning bylaw sphere of things, but what brought to my mind was the use of the overlay for the MZO to enshrine a vision. And I'm wondering about the use of an overlay in Old Collingwood in terms of our wartime area of our wartime homes, our red brick homes, and those areas of using an overlay that would enshrine our vision, given the our inability through urban design standards, or less ability through the urban design standards, to protect the character of our municipality. Is that a possibility to use in the official plan?
Director Valentine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start. Certainly within the official plan, there is already comprehensive compatibility policies. So those do have to be, no matter what designation you're in or what part of town you're in, you do have to abide by those policies in order to move forward with development. I'd say that would be a relatively significant modification to include in the official plan at this time. We have two of the overarching tenets that we were directed by council to incorporate into the plan is housing affordability as well as climate change resiliency. And the more challenging we make it to intensify, even within our existing neighborhoods, the more challenging it is to achieve those goals. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it would be a consideration that we would have to, it's not a quick change, I would suggest. And Mr. Palmer, I believe, would like to include additional comments.
Yes, and through you, Madam Mayor, that's a pretty big step. And at this point, without significant public consultation on that approach, I'd be very concerned that we have not heard from those landowners with respect to ongoing permissions coming from the province, particularly related to additional residential units. I think an overlay intended to enshrine a character concern might be a bit of an overstep without a full public process to consider that. It's not a heritage conservation district. That's another process that could do what you're suggesting. But I think the council would want to hear from the public and those directly affected before they did something to that level of significance. But I would say you're absolutely correct. The zoning process may resolve some of your concern. Of course, the official plan is a much broader document, and the zoning bylaw will zoom in and has the opportunity to talk about side yard setbacks, height, lot coverage, all of those things that are impactful on the sense of a community. So I think it's an interesting idea. I think you should be looking at that through zoning, and potentially, if there's desire to do so, think about something that could be an amendment to the official plan at some point in the future. But again, as I said, at this time, I'd be very nervous about no consultation when it affects so many property owners.
Through the mayor. So I do appreciate those comments. And I guess what I was thinking about is the great number of people we've heard from who have been very unhappy with what has resulted next to them or within proximity of them in terms of our current rules. So I'm just looking for any way I can and to help with that. So I will take your suggestions under advisement with appreciation. So next, when we move to the Main Street, when the mayor is ready for them, I'd like to make an amendment to remove the height changes from the Heritage Conservation District. I believe we've received a lot of feedback, public feedback on that, and I do believe it's something we can address through the properties adjacent and the transition area from the HCD specifically to the areas surrounding it in terms of populate and to support the downtown core. And then my last thing is I brought up during our discussions the concern that was brought to me by someone in the BIA, and that is the conversion of the properties in the downtown from consumables to non-consumables. So i.e. from retail and restaurants to offices and business offices and real estate offices. And where is the tipping point for that when our downtown becomes no longer attractive for tourists or people to go into the downtown? So I'm just wondering how, again, that may come into zoning, but I think I want to make sure that the framework that we need or anything that can help us to support not reaching that tipping point is done in the OP.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thanks for that question. It's really a matter of intervention into the marketplace and trying to avoid vacancy when there might be other alternatives. Certainly, the policy frameworks encourage office uses above grade, but they certainly don't preclude them from being at grade. I think the thought process from our side is that we'd rather have an office than a vacancy. And typically, we would hope that the retail restaurant sector, by virtue of rent, would be much more attractive to landlords than an office user. But I would really hate to include policies that would drive vacancy where there is no demand for retail restaurant space. So it's not really about, we're trying to be permissive for multiple uses to occur at grade. Certainly, my experience is absolutely no residential at grade because that has a huge impact on the functionality of a commercial Main Street. However, office space can be integrated with the retail and restaurant activity without such a significant negative impact. So that's where we were, absolutely encouraging, but not precluding office space.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine. I do think that if we can put it on the docket, we do need a lot more research with the BIA in terms of where we are percentage-wise and where that tipping point is. And I don't want to make the assumption. I don't want to, I don't think we've had vacancies in our downtown for a very long time. As a matter of fact, you couldn't get any place, even on side streets. So I don't think vacancies of late. It's not saying at some point. I think the most we've had is 8 vacancies in our downtown. It's a pretty popular downtown. So I guess I'll end my questions there and I just look forward, but I do have the one amendment when you're ready for them I'd like to propose.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to proceed with your amendment now. And also, I'll say the second point that you mentioned about the retail space on the main floor, I will pick that up as an amendment, and I have some thoughts because I do feel strongly about that as well. So, but why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead with your amendment? And
okay,
we'll
well, it's no fancy wording. The clerk will appreciate this. It's just that we remove the changes to the height in the Heritage Conservation District in the OP.
So I'll just ask if I can have a seconder for that. Councillor Potts, thank you. And I'm just going to ask staff to explain that.
Sure.
So Director Valentine or Mr. Palmer, who would like to explain what exactly this would mean?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I don't want to put words in the councillor's mouth, but at this point in time, what we have done was set the stage for potentially up to 6 stories within the downtown Heritage Conservation District. Those policies wouldn't be actioned until after the downtown master plan is completed, and any application to go above the currently permitted 12 meters would have to proceed by official plan amendment. If I'm understanding Councillor Jeffrey properly, that would be just removing that policy. So the height would not, the stage would not be set for anything beyond the current height permissions in the Downtown Heritage District. However, there are parts of downtown that are not within the Heritage District, and I heard her indicate that those areas would be more appropriate and the intensification policies for those lands could be retained.
Okay. Does that accurately summarize what was on your mind?
It does.
Okay. And I guess if I understand this, then just so I can paraphrase, because I want to make sure I get it, that right now what's being proposed is no increase in height in the Heritage District until after the downtown master plan is completed. And then height increases would be subject to an official plan amendment? Is that what you said? Thank you.
Almost.
Okay.
Almost, Madam Chair. That we've set the stage to recognize that a certain amount of intensification up to 6 stories in the downtown could be appropriate. Of course, you would still have to abide by the downtown heritage plan as well. But until such time as the master plan is completed, any application to go above the current 12 meters would need to go by official plan amendment. And I believe Councillor Jeffries would just like the door to be closed on the possibility of 6 stories.
Okay, I get that. Thank you so much. Okay, comments. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Worship. I guess also must say how very proud I am of this draft official plan. Our staff have done an amazing job of reflecting, I believe, the priorities and the values of our community, and have consulted with our community to a great extent. And as a member of a council where this is probably going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I am just awed, honestly, awed by the process. But picking up on Councillor Jeffrey's concern about the proposed heights in the the downtown heritage district, I also was going to express a similar concern. So I'm very glad to see that that amendment is now on the table. I would like to further put forward an amendment to restrict the heights outside of the Heritage District to no taller than 6 stories.
So I'm just going to ask you to hold there. I think we should deal with one amendment at a time. Okay. And the one we're dealing with right now is the limits of the height in the downtown heritage area, Heritage District. Okay. Are there any other comments on that? Okay. Yes, Councillor Ring.
Sorry, I just thought I saw Deputy Mayor reaching for his card, so I was going to let him go. I'm kind of torn here because I was going to make the exact same amendment that Councillor Potts, I'm going to call you Pollard, by the way, Councillor Jeffries just made. That was prior to getting a copy of this draft from the previous one, and I I know even with the original draft prior to this one, there would be very limited places within the downtown core heritage community that would even qualify to have story or buildings higher, because and that was put in the official plan that where applicable, I think was the word. And just the lots aren't big enough to have the heights that we currently over what we currently have. Having said that, I would like to I guess say I'm going to speak against it only because the fact that I trust what is said there, that we still got the control. There can't be any developments above the 12 meters if council so not to give the permission to it. So we still have the control of it as far as I'm concerned. And with that, I think I would have to oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Can you clarify that, Director Valentine, that council would have the control if the buildings were to be above 12 meters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, the way that the official plan is currently structured in the downtown core designation, where it overlaps with the downtown heritage district, until the master plan is completed, any move to go beyond 12 meters in height would be processed through an official plan amendment, which would come before council for a decision. Once the master plan is completed, if there continues to be support for taller buildings up to 6 stories, then the official plan would be amended to remove that OPA requirement. But if it was found through the master plan that indeed folks are more comfortable at the 3 to 4 stories, as is the maximum today, then again, the official plan would be amended to reflect that. What I think we're hearing is that it's not necessary perhaps for some members of council to go through that master planning exercise in order to make the change to the official plan for the downtown heritage district.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Houston.
Thank you. I do understand Councillor Ring's point. However, I do feel that having that 6-story part in this official plan does provide the potential for it to happen in the future. I just think at this point, we need that removed just to ensure absolute protection. That's really all that I have to add.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would agree with Councillors Ring, Houston, and Jeffrey on this. I would rather err on the side of caution than the other way around. Although I appreciate staff's protocols in place to prevent that, I'm still cautious on this one. It's almost an emotional call, I think, in regard to the downtown. In that regard, I would support Councillor Jeffrey's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In listening to it about if we have it in, how the official plan amendment would work, and how if we don't have it in the official plan, I look at it almost as a 50-50 or 6 of one, half dozen the other. So I'm fine with supporting it. I was actually okay with the way it was worded. But if some on council feel that gives us that ironclad position, then I'd be supportive of it.
Okay, thank you. It's the difficulty of an official plan doing it at any point in time. There's still studies to be done, as we know, on several topics, one of which is going to be our downtown master plan. And I think I would also err on the side of, let's do our downtown master plan. And if out of that exercise, it shows that there's certain sites that could support a higher height, we deal with it then and do an official plan amendment then. And in fact, the county has traditionally been so slow in approving municipal official plans, we may be able to get in there before it's even adopted. So I'm going to support Councillor Jeffries. Yes, Councillor Ring.
Just to follow up, and I appreciate what everybody's saying. It's not that I like I said, I was going to make the same amendment that Councillor Jeffries made, but and having said that, if we still have the opportunity after the master plan is made to see whether it is viable, I just thought the new wording that was put in with the draft today would cover us, because we would have control over what we approved and what we didn't approve. But if the council's fine with taking it right out, I could support that as well and wait for the master plan. But I just wanted to support the work that the staff and the consultant had done, and appreciate the reasons why they brought that before us.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So bring this to a vote. All those in favor of this amendment? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, were you finished? Just
I am, although I got the sense you wanted me to bring an amendment with respect. So the amendment would be to, I don't know if it's proper to do this, but to restrict office use from the main floor right now, or from the main level of our downtown core. Obviously upper for residential and for office space is appropriate, but I think that if we're going to keep the viability of it, I think in my mind, I had this, that there's this percentage. So I don't know how you do that across the board, not knowing what the tipping point or what that percentage is. So I might need help with my wording.
so I'm going to turn the chair over to our deputy mayor, if I can.
Certainly, Mayor Hamlin. So maybe you have a little bit
Yes,
of an
I wanted
idea how you'd word it?
second the motion or the amendment, whatever it is. I wanted to suggest that perhaps we restrict offices to the current office uses, subject to further examination of the retail in our downtown. And the reason this is on my mind is I have had small business owners who have retail stores on the main street say to me, what a disturbing impact it has for the retailers when an office use is inserted, because their concept is that they see the shoppers moving down the street from shop to shop. And when there's an office or a series of offices in between, the shoppers stop. And they've given me all kinds of examples of this. And so it's been on my mind for some time that certainly it's a perception of a problem. And I would like to know if it is and what other communities done about it. We certainly have we are in an enviable position to have maybe one of the best downtowns in our province. And I think, we all want to be careful. I know we do, to make sure it continues. And of course, office on the second floor, I'd vote for that all day, but it's this main floor office and what it means to the viability and success of the retail that I have concerns with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'll look to Councillor Jeffrey just for a second, because I don't think we really got a worded amendment yet. But are you still thinking you need one? So,
Director Valentine,
you go right ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Vice Chair. I think understand where council's going. If I may make a respectful recommendation, to prohibit office on the ground floor within the downtown core is something that we can do through the official plan. To go by a percentage to say you can only get an office if you hit a certain mix on the ground floor, that's challenging to do. That's called conditional zoning, and that's a tool that we don't have. So I would caution you around the percentage, and to sort of lock in what we have today until future study, that requires an ICBL, which is not a tool that's available to us. So I think the simplest way forward, if you wish, is to prohibit offices on the main floor. We would just want to be clear, is that throughout the downtown core designation, if that's the way you wish to proceed.
Councillor Jeffrey, does that sound?
Thank you. My colleague has something he needs to say. Sorry.
So maybe he can help you word it.
No, he cannot.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I have to declare conflict to this conversation, as I'm a director of an organization that operates an office on the main floor of a space in downtown Collingwood.
Okay. You can excuse yourself and continue the conversation.
So with Director Valentine's suggestion, I'll just go back to my original wording. which I was unsure about because I thought I was being too restrictive. But it would be, if I could just through to Director Valentine clarify that this would be like moving forward. So as things are, they stay that way, kind of grandfathered if you want per se, but going forward, once this is approved, that it would be in place. Is that a correct assumption? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. That would be correct. The existing uses would be grandfathered. And just to be clear, staff have cautioned that this is quite a restrictive approach, but there is a tool for you to accomplish this if it's the direction you wish to go.
I'll just turn to the seconder and just make sure that,
Yes, I think I just have a further question though of Director Valentine. I was just trying to pull up the plan, but I haven't been fast enough as to what exactly is the downtown core. Like, I'm not like in my mind, I'm concerned about here Ontario Street. And I don't know that this is something we need, for example, to have in place for St. Paul's. So I'm just wondering if we could get clarification as to what we should be focusing on here.
Director Valentine.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that probably the best course of action would be if the clerks would be able to bring back up the presentation and we'd be able to show you the land use schedule, which outlines the extent of the downtown. Mr. Palmer's presentation. Thank you for the clarification.
And while we're waiting for that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the,
Go ahead, Mr.
absolutely,
Palmer.
if the issue is here Ontario Street, you could certainly bifurcate the policy and specifically prohibit office space at grade abutting here Ontario Street and be more permissive elsewhere in the downtown core.
I'll turn back to Councillor Jeffrey.
I'm loving all this sage advice. So I agree with the mayor in terms of our motion. Our amendment would be to restrict future office on the first level of Huron-Ontario Street in the downtown core.
Yes, thank you. I would consent to that.
So we have an amendment on the floor, and I'll turn to Councillor Ring to speak to it.
Just one more addition, if I could, just to make it a little more specific. I realize that we're talking about here Ontario Street, but here Ontario Street's a long street. Are we talking about? I know what I feel the downtown core is by the map here is to Hume, from Hume to First, and that's what we're talking about. I just wonder if it should be in the motion. That's all.
As per the downtown plan.
Mm-hmm.
Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you. I will speak in support of this amendment. Jeff Speck, who wrote the book, The Walkable City, which has become my little Bible, he also spoke to the dynamic of pedestrian avoidance, or at least ignorance of streetscapes where there is no engaging service or retail component. So in terms of our objective to make sure that our downtown is a vibrant retail area, this is an amendment that would certainly speak to that objective, so I will support it.
Thank you. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm assuming, because I support this motion, that the current premises, such as the law firms and the foundry, would be grandfathered in regard to this legislation. Right. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Ring.
Just more for clarity again, and I know what we've said here Ontario Street, but we're also said that the downtown core was identified on the map that we were provided here today, and it's including Pine and St. Marie Streets. You don't want that in there, do you?
May I respond, Deputy Mayor? Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
The motion's been clarified in the downtown core along here Ontario Street from First to Hume.
Okay. I was just going by, I just going by the reference to look at the
Okay.
map that was provided.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Acting Chair Fryer. My comment is only minor, but there is a small portion of the downtown with street level openings north of First. So that would be the Rex, between the Rexall and the Freshie store, and just north of Freshie. I didn't know if that was intended to be included as well.
Councillor Jeffrey. The continuation of the north side of your Ontario? Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? And I know you had your hand up, Mayor Hamlin. Was that for the CAO?
Yeah.
Just give me a hint. Yeah, okay. I'm supportive of the motion, but I do hear the concern raised by Director Valentine, and I just wondered if you could maybe outline how significant the concern is about. I believe when I read the report, it felt it would be somewhat difficult to take this if there was a challenge at the OLT, and I could have read that wrong. I just wondered if we could maybe get some elaboration on that from either yourself or Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Again, many of the directives of council that are not specifically supported by myself or staff could be appealed to the OLT. And at that time, you would have to find supporting professionals. At the end of the day, the professionals have to decide whether they can support it or not. This one's a tricky one because this is a pretty, I would call it a significant market intervention. And sometimes that's appropriate and sometimes it's not. So I'm not certain at this point if I've thought about it enough to tell you whether I could support it or not. It doesn't seem unreasonable, as the mayor suggested. You have a very enviable position in your downtown today. So in my mind, if you want to do that, that's probably not going to have a huge issue, except for existing firms. And I might throw out potentially yourself, considering this building. However, in a successful downtown, it is mostly retail, restaurant, and some service commercial. Offices usually go above grade. If the downtown struggles, that may be a different situation, and you may want to reconsider that, but you could do that at the time.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to continue to support it. The way I look at it is we do have the downtown visioning underway. I would expect there'd be discussion of this now. And it was always known that if something came out of that process that led us to feel we needed to make an official plan amendment, we'd make the request through the county. So at this point in time, unless anybody else would like to speak, I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. Everybody understands what the amendment is, I think. And all those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Hamlin?
Thank you. Councillor Houston, would you like to come back in? Hey, who's next up? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to put forward an amendment for council's consideration to reduce the height of reduce maximum building heights to no more than 6 stories. And I want to make clear that I'm extremely supportive of the notion of intensification. And I understand all of the implications that that has, both from a affordable housing standpoint as well as an environmental standpoint. But I believe that anything over 6 stories, which is a height that we have become accustomed to and that we are seeing on adjacent to our downtown core, has the potential to significantly alter the character of our municipality. I spent the whole morning doing just Googling research on building heights and effects on humans. And there is a wealth of evidence in architectural and planning and social research that high-rise buildings have severe detrimental effects on sense of community, sense of place, sense of belonging, sense of safety. And that's both for those who live in the buildings as well as pedestrians who travel in front of those buildings. There is nothing within this document to suggest to me that we must have buildings of up to 12 stories in order to achieve our targets through to 2051. And in fact, right now, between shovel-ready projects and applications that are in various stages of approval, we have, and including the MZO lands, we have 3,200 residential units on the books. And so this is a significant amount of housing right now to accommodate future growth. In addition, we have severe constraints in our servicing capacity. So why would we be envisioning through this document further intensification or increases in population by contemplating buildings of this height? So I would like to propose that the maximum building heights in this document be restricted to 6 stories, which is consistent with the heights of buildings which have been recently approved throughout the community.
Thank you. Would there be someone who would want to second this? Okay, I'm not seeing a seconder. Okay, while you're mulling that over, was there another amendment you wish to bring forward at this time?
No.
Okay. Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment. And it is, I'm sorry I didn't get copies of this to the clerk or to anyone else. I've been busy dealing with 5 lawyers for the last 5 hours in a mediation. That council instructs staff to take such steps as to cease the joining of Cambridge Street and 3rd Street that is currently proposed in the 2013 contract between the town, 2204604 Ontario Inc., Collis Power Stream Corp., and the Collingwood Public Utilities Service Board, and as detailed in the current draft of the OP under the appendix as Schedule 5, bracket Active Transportation Plan Future Improvements, comma, Schedule 6, bracket Future Collector, that's where the red dash indication comes in, and Schedule 7, area-specific policies for Area 21 of the 4th draft of the official plan dated December 11th, 2023, and further that this current draft of the OP be revised accordingly to reflect this change.
Okay, I am going to need some help on exactly what we're asking for here, and then we can get into the meat of it. Oh, you got it typed out. Okay. Okay. I think there's a few things here, if I can help you with this.
Thank you.
That's okay. It seems to me what you're asking for is there are certain places in the official plan, irrespective of the contract, and I had made a note myself on page 118. It says, talking about the regional commercial on the west side of First, that the first phase will include the extension of 3rd Street West to meet Cambridge Street. So I think you're talking about those kind of policies, so that 3rd Street isn't extended to meet Cambridge, or Cambridge isn't extended to meet 3rd. Okay, so I think that would be one, because I think if we refer to an agreement, it would be harder dealing with the official plan. Okay, I'm just going to work through this. Okay, so I guess the first thing is that policies requiring the extension of Cambridge Street to meet 3rd Street be eliminated. Yes, Cambridge Street to meet 3rd Street be eliminated. And I think also what you're saying here about the collector red dash indication, if I can suggest to remove the notation on the transportation plan for future collector, which is the extension of Cambridge Street.
Appreciate your guidance. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Let's see if there's anything else here. You think that covers it? Yes. Okay. On the mapping, it's the extension of Cambridge Street that's marked as future collector. Okay, is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor, if you could take this over. Thank you.
I will actually turn it over to Councillor Jeffrey because I'm going to make a request once it's on the floor.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Hamlin.
Okay.
Are you
I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
All right. Those wishing to speak. So the Deputy Mayor.
I was hoping that this is something that discussion could be deferred until after we have our in-camera session. I'd like to get some discussion with legal on advice about it.
Okay. All right. So I'm just looking to the clerk to see. I think we did put a placeholder in the meeting, so that is possible. So if we will defer the discussion on that amendment until after the in-camera. Okay. All right. So then I'll turn the chair back to the mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Any other amendments or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I think I too will start off just thanking Mr. Palmer for the detailed presentation and all of your work. Your history that you overviewed with us in regards to Collingwood, I think it's obviously a beneficial part to the work that you're doing for us, so it's much appreciated. You spoke about another evolution step, and I've tended to call it adaptation. Ongoing from our critically important when the shipyard operations ceased at the end of your Ontario Street. And I've described about this point as an example of Collingwood's key characteristic, and I believe it's the ability to adapt, and your words evolve, but keep moving forward. So to me, this is another adaptation step. I also want to express my appreciation to Director Valentine and all the other staff who have worked on this project so diligently over the unexpected 4-year period. that effort is definitely duly noted. We're doing this step at a time when Collingwood is experiencing much more significant growth pressure than anticipated for the 2020s. Vision 2020 seems late years away when you look at it. So regarding Collingwood's transportation section and the review that you do on page 7 of the staff report, it indicates that the proposed official plan puts forward various applicable measures that include significant enhancements to key areas such as transit, but it still is only working with updated transportation studies from 2019. Thus, Council has underway the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan process. And as also noted, it will include a review of potential future movement corridors to be protected. I wanted to ask, is there any rough idea on how long it will take us to complete that particular study, the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan, through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Director Valentine?
Yeah, is that a question for Director Valentine? Or yes, it's a question for Director Slama. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. We expect that the Transportation Master Plan will take at least 12 months to complete, could be up to 18 months.
Follow up, please.
Yeah.
Generally, and I believe through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Director Valentine, generally, I think Mayor Hamlin alluded to, and I don't think she's incorrect, it can take some time at the county. And I like, if we had a rough gauge on timeline for the county approval.
Director Valentine, have you got any idea?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, certainly there is the Planning Act timelines, which is 120 days. And then there's the reality that those are rarely achieved. I would say 6 months would be an appropriate estimate of timing.
Thank you. And just further follow up. And one of the reasons I'm asking some questions in regards to the county is both yourself and I will be sitting at the county level. And a question that I have in mind is, when the Collingwood official plan is at the county, I'm assuming that any amendments would be brought forward by staff, because I'm already thinking possibly as a county councillor, when Collingwood's OP is on the table, I may have to take a conflict about discussion of it. And through you to Director Valentine, I'm just wondering in regards to how the process works if amendments are going through.
Director Valentine, can you address that?
Thank you, Chair. I might have to lean on the clerk a bit. I'm not aware, in my experience, of any conflicts where a local council member sits on an upper tier council in terms of the approval of the official plan. They are often the ones with the most insight that the upper tier council relies upon to answer questions about where council was going with certain decisions and modifications. And certainly, yes, the town can request, and also the county can require modifications. And if you look at the motion we proposed, we've asked that the county bring those back to this entire council, not just those that represent us at the upper tier, in order to have endorsement of those significant modifications.
Any follow up?
That's great. And I did want to just touch on two other areas, and that's I agree with the position that the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations put forward, and that it's led to a more detailed and ambitious policy framework for the range of mixed housing types and affordable housing. I don't want to go into great detail, but I'll just leave off at the point because I was pleased to hear from Mr. Palmer that he feels it's kind of inevitable that we will have inclusionary zoning at some point in time. And I'm kind of hoping that that means not 4 years down the road, but is it seem like some of the policy is moving that way?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
No idea, to be fair. I am working for another municipality on implementing inclusionary zoning, and it's not as straightforward as everyone had hoped. There are implications fiscally, market based. But at the end of the day, we'd never know when the province is going to change their approach to inclusionary zoning. My expectation is that they're looking for other municipalities that have major transit station areas to try out their strategies to see if they work and fundamentally deliver what is intended. So I know most of the larger municipalities to the south are working on that. We haven't seen it work yet in terms of the study that is required and the policy framework that is necessary to implement. But we expect that in the new year. So if it works, I'm sure it will open up to other Greater Toronto Area municipalities. That could be within a year. It could take longer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The other area was stormwater management, because it's something that I've had a key interest in for this particular term of council. So the OP incorporates some aspects, and it is possible, though it says it within the document, that determinations of the new master plan, stormwater master plan, will possibly impact the official plan. So my question again, and I guess that would be through to Director Slama, a rough idea when we think that the stormwater management master plan would be complete.
Director Slama?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will ask Manager West to answer that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Manager West.
Thank you through Madam Mayor. It'll be a similar time frame for the stormwater master plan as well. We have initiated it. It will also be a hopefully 12-month process, possibly in the 12 to 16-month process as well, if we're being conservative. Excuse me.
Yeah, follow up. Yep.
One final thing, if I may. On page 15 of the staff report, it talks about the county will incorporate the draft 2 incorporates the comments the county made. There's a reference that says they want to discuss technical information for inactive landfill sites. Just through you to Director Valentine, is there any kind of an overview on what exactly they're talking about there, or have I pointed you to the right spot?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you through you, Chair. The province has some guidelines, which are called the D4 guidelines, which typically apply to inactive and active landfills. Typically for inactive landfills, of which there are a few in Collingwood, some in very built up areas, you would see an assessment area or a potential assessment area within a certain distance of the fill area be identified in the official plan for future study. Our current official plan has not had those assessment areas around most of the inactive landfills that are in our built up area. The county is looking for additional information as to why those assessment areas were left off of the 2004 official plan, just to ensure that they have the right technical information to satisfy themselves that an assessment area for future study is not required.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and appreciation again to staff and to Mr. Palmer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? So I'll also just have a few comments and a couple of brief questions. I also wanted to thank so much Mr. Palmer and his team, and Director Valentine and her team, who've done such great work, and all of our staff who've put so much into this. For me, this has been a journey that started in probably the spring, early summer of 2018 when I ran for council, because I put in my election material. One of the things I was keen on was a new official plan. And I'll confess that my daughter, who was helping me, said, "Mom, I've had to listen to you talk about official plans since You know, I was in kindergarten. Your public does not know what an official plan is. They don't want an official plan. Don't talk about an official plan. I said, yes, 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 but I put it in. And I have to say, when I come on to council, no one was particularly interested either in updating our official plan. However, by the next year, as we've heard today, by late in 2019, the process started. And it has been a journey. It has been lots of ups and downs, and we've heard about all of them. And the team has continued to produce, and I am so proud of what we have today. The detailed environmental plans are amazing, like right down to a map on what are the endangered aquatic species. The urban design for how we're going to handle growth in this expanding community that doesn't have a lot of land and also doesn't want sprawl like a lot of communities that are part of the GTA, I think is going to serve us in very good stead. I could go on, but I'll just say thank you really to everyone. I think it's been a great journey. I had two questions. One is that one of the schedules is a map talking about linkage enhancement opportunities. And I'm wondering if Mr. Palmer could just explain what that is.
Yes, thank you for that question, Madam Mayor. In the typical approach carried out for an official plan by the scientists who do that work, part of their mandate is to identify these potential linkage opportunities. They are not in themselves significant natural heritage features or a function. They are would be nice to haves if it is possible to achieve them. They don't typically find their way onto an official plan schedule because it compromises the ability of the landowner to achieve other elements of their development opportunity. And it's premature to identify them on a schedule in the official plan unless the municipality has a strategy in place to acquire them. And unlike significant natural heritage features themselves, they are not typically acquired for low cost or free of charge because they're not developable. They are in fact developable, so the price of acquisition would be the fair market value of the land use designation. So again, we don't typically put them on a schedule in the official plan for two reasons. We don't want to imply that the municipality is going to acquire them, and we don't want to compromise the development objectives of the individual landowner. The reason that they're part of the appendix is that if the municipality wants to identify a corridor or an enhancement area for protection from development, then you should go ahead and start the negotiation with the landowner and have a conversation about how it's going to be acquired and how they will be fairly compensated.
Okay, well, thank you for that. The reason this came up was on Saturday evening, I was at a gathering and one of our residents talked to me at length about what I thought of as meaning linkage enhancements. And what she was talking about, and she had been a resident here for 36 years, what she was talking to me about is as our town became urbanized, the places where wildlife live, whether it's deer, wolves, fox, squirrels, whatever has been there, birds, as they lose their habitat, they can't move anywhere. And so they're they then become bothersome to the residents because all of a sudden you have a fox, in your backyard or a wolf that grabs your cat and she was encouraging me, not even knowing we are doing an official plan, but to save these linkages that would allow when we're developing, seeing land get developed to allow these corridors for wildlife, as I think of them. I know in the mid to late 80s, I was involved for a year on behalf of a landowner in the process to expand the north urban boundary of Richmond Hill. And I remember they built into that official plan a corridor for wildlife that went over Yonge Street. And so with all that background, sorry to go on, but is this what this is talking about? The linkage enhancement opportunity? Is it the wildlife corridor?
Thank you. Typically, yes. Getting the animals to actually use them is one story.
Gotta
North
put the treats out. Yeah.
or a sign.
Or a sign. Yeah, sign's good.
But again, North Richmond Hill is primarily under the influence of the Oak Ridge Moraine Plan.
Yeah.
There's another one in Markham on the far east end where it's a gigantic pathway over top of the 10th line. These are very expensive elements, and it's okay to think about them. It's preferable, though, to utilize your linear corridors where they're already adjacent to a natural heritage feature. You have creeks and rivers in Collingwood. It's much less onerous to start thinking about linkages that way, notwithstanding that, again, if it's bigger than what is the natural heritage feature and the buffer, then it's about the discussion is about acquisition and compensation. And again, we don't put that in the OP because we don't want to bind you to acquire.
Okay, thank you for that. My second question is, there's a use that's included in the mixed use corridor 1 designation, and therefore also included in the corridor 2 designation. And it is, I'll just find the words here. Well, anyway, what it says is warehouses or other low impact industrial uses. But it's before it's listed, it says subject to the zoning bylaw. So I wanted to understand, because I had a concern about our prime areas where we expected intensive development, higher order mixed use buildings, residential components, having low impact industrial uses and warehouses. So I had two questions as part of this. One, why do we want that at all in here? And secondly, what does that mean subject to the zoning bylaw? Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much for that question. The proposed new provincial planning statement actually specifies that as required within mixed use designations. Of course, it doesn't provide any regulatory framework around it, which is why we say subject to zoning. What I envision is that they can become a component of a mixed use building.
I see.
And that they should not be detrimental to the achievement of the intensification objective. And they are intended to be quite small and wholly integrated. You know, we talk about maker spaces, which are small scale artisan workshops. Well, maybe they get a little bigger and they be accommodated in a mixed use building. Perhaps there's a warehouse element. It's a bit of a challenging one when I was thinking about how it works here in Collingwood, but it is something that's in the new provincial planning statement as a requirement for mixed use areas. That coincides with much more significant restrictions on non-industrial forms of development in your employment areas. So you're going to see that those uses are restricted. And this is an opportunity to find a home for some of those uses that might no longer find a home in your employment areas. So a great question, though. Great question.
Given the provincial policy you're referencing and your explanation that the intention is it would be fully integrated into a mixed use component, is that a change that we could make without offending the provincial policy? In other words, to say, you know, these uses are allowed, you know, I don't know, on the expectation they're fully integrated?
Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't put an explanatory sentence into the policy.
Because you know, I don't see any problem with having a small warehouse space tucked in behind, you know, whatever's there, but I'd hate to see our, you know, a more intense area being developed and then someone has an idea to put a little warehouse in the middle of it all would be, you know, doesn't look great to me.
give you a bit of an explanation what I think about. You remember Consumers Distributing?
I do.
They had a front of store and a warehouse. So that could be kind of a pseudo retail warehouse use.
Or even how the LCBO used to be.
Yes, filling out forms and all that. But
okay, well, so what are some words? I'm going to ask Mr. Palmer for some words on this one.
I think it can be as simple as saying they're permitted, subject to their integration into a mixed-use building.
Thank you. So I'll turn this over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Do you feel we need an amendment, or do you?
I do. Yeah.
Do we need an amendment on? That's clarity. Okay. We'll go for clarity, and we always like that. And do you have seconder, Councillor Jeffrey? So I don't think you need to speak anymore, or do you? Oh, Clerk Thomas, go ahead.
My apologies. I need the, through yourself, Deputy Mayor, I need the full language for the motion. So I have the draft plan be amended to permit uses subject to their full integration, but I don't have the terminology.
I'm going to turn to Mayor Hamlin just to help us with the edit on that.
This is to amend a permitted use in mixed use corridor 1 and 2 designations. Such that modestly scaled research and development facilities, and warehousing facilities or other low impact industrial uses be, and then the words Mr. Palmer gave.
So to be clear, that sentence that the mayor just identified would simply be amended to say in wholly enclosed and mixed use buildings.
Okay, that's great. So I'll just show you what I'm doing here. So this phrase here, in wholly enclosed and mixed use buildings. It's just instead of what I just mentioned. And then yeah, however, we'll have industrial uses in fully enclosed mixed use.
Whenever you're ready, Clerk Thomas, I think it'd be best to read it out. Or are you going to be able to put it on screen? Perfect. Thank you. While Clerk Thomas is finishing that up, I'm going to look to Councillor Jeffrey that you're okay with the wording that's being perfect. And I'll just check through the CAO to Director Valentine if there's any comments she'd like to make in regards to it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I would concur with Mr. Palmer that this is a point of clarification which staff would be able to support.
So we have a motion in front on everybody's screen. I'm giving you a second to look it over.
Let's just read this here. That the draft official plan be amended to permit uses in mixed use corridors 1 and 2 such that are, yeah. Take out the word such, yeah.
Okay, so we have a worded amendment proposed and a mover and a seconder, and we'll turn to council members if they would like to speak. Councillor Perry, you had your yes card up. Is that a request to speak?
Sorry, I thought you were asking for a mover. That's all.
We have Councillor Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you.
Their seconder, I'm sorry. And the mover is Mayor Hamlin. And I will turn to Director Valentine.
My sincere apologies, Vice Chair. Senior Planner Wukash did just point out to me that the same wording occurs in the Regional Commercial District as well. And would you like that same wording modified within that designation?
Yes, thank you very much for pointing that out.
And seconder. Yep. Okay, once again, I'll turn and see if any of the members would like to speak to it. Everybody's comfortable, understand what they're doing. And so I will call vote on the motion in front of us. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And I will turn back to you, Mayor Hamlin.
Okay, are there any other comments on the report that's before us? So we have some amendments we voted on, but at this time, before we deal with Councillor Bain's motion, we're going to go in camera and get some legal advice on the issue. And we have our municipal lawyer online who's able to speak with us. So with this in mind, this room will have to be cleared, I'm afraid, because, we're going to move. We're actually going to move into the room next door. Okay, so you guys can all stay or stand up and do we need a motion to move in camera? Oh, yeah, so we have to have a motion to move in camera, and I have it here. So I'll just say there's a few things listed here for the in-camera motion. But the intent was just to go and talk about one of them, and then we'll go later and deal with the second. Okay, so it's this way. The motion is as follows. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to, could you please be quiet until we're finished the meeting? Thank you. Pertaining to personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including town or local board employees, that's A and B, labor relations or employee negotiations, that's A, the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, B, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, that's B. So there's two matters, A, CAO performance appraisal, and B, official plan. So we'll just deal with the official plan, and then we'll come back to finish our voting on the official plan. Okay, all those, can I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Doherty, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move into the Braniff room for our in-camera session. Okay, I'm looking for a motion for a mover and a seconder to rise from in camera. Councillor Potts, Councillor Ring, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So we're back having received some legal advice on the motion. And before we turn to the motion, our deputy mayor just wants to declare.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And after hearing the legal advice and understanding the amendment's still going to be on the table, I will step aside. I do believe that it becomes a disqualifying under Rule 1A of the Code of Conduct. So I will step aside for consideration of that amendment.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Baines, would you like to put your, or do we know what the motion is, or should we be looking at the clerk to just help us with that? Yeah. Is that your motion there, Councillor Baines?
The motion as amended by yourself so skillfully, yes.
Right, thank you. Okay, and I still seconded that. Is there any discussion anyone would like to have? And I know Councillor Baines, you'll want to speak to this, so go ahead.
If I might speak to this, I'd like to commence by saying that I participated and followed the development of the OP and support and endorse nearly all of it. Specifically, it's a document not for how Collingwood was, but for how Collingwood will be and should be. It addresses proactively housing options, climate change, increased density, conserving cultural heritage, planning for growth, and preserving neighborhoods, amongst many other issues. Where I believe it has inadvertently failed is how it has dealt with, or actually failed to deal with, the 3rd Street situation. By not, in my opinion, adequately and openly addressing this head on, I think it is de facto allowing it. So what exactly is the issue? The 2013 legal agreement between the town and the developer spells out for the future of 3rd Street and High and the intersection, and the new proposed routing of the road and the new development. It calls for the moving of the traffic signal presently at Home Depot south to 3rd Street. I have no quarrel with that. It calls for extending 3rd Street west to a potential residential development. I have no quarrel with that. It also calls for hooking up 3rd Street north and punching through to join Cambridge, and that, and many, many residents of Ontario and 3rd Street have a real problem with. This one action, in my opinion, will facilitate a torrent of traffic passing through our town eastbound from Mountain to Pretty River Parkway and south to the city and westbound. So with visitors wanting to get to the Blue Mountains quickly, will probably end up turning left on Ontario Street, zipping through 3rd, across here Ontario, through Ontario to here Ontario, across to 3rd, and then pass through High and take that loop right up to Mountain Road, saving themselves perhaps 4 or 5 minutes of the stoplights on 1st Street. I understand that. So I ask at the end of this, who are we doing this for? I put it to you, it's not the residents of Collingwood. It is actually those developers and in turn, these out-of-town visitors. Now, I contrast this with an early election an election in the early 1970s with a young, newly appointed Premier Bill Davis, who had the wisdom, fortitude, and guts to hold up his hands and say, in regard to the Spadina Expressway, this will go no further. I put it to you that it's very similar a situation. This torrent of traffic, if you will greatly affect the enjoyment, if you will, and the preservation of those neighborhoods on both Ontario and 3rd Street. And I would have to ask, I suppose, the clerk to say that if the premier of the province could do that and thus walk away from all that planning and all that money that had been spent on producing the Spadina Expressway south to Eglinton and yet still stop it, and stop it for a valid reason, because he was channeling Jane Jacobs in regard to what would have been happening in New York City and the preservation of the neighborhoods in downtown Toronto. For my reading of the situation, these are very similar circumstances. However, the circumstances of today, it would seem, may not allow that. But I am still going to press this case that I think we can come up with an acceptable agreement, because all I am asking for in the last analysis is that barricade that is a temporary barricade currently at the end of Cambridge Street, separating Cambridge from the punch-up of 3rd Street, remain in force. Will this be messy? Potentially, yes. It would probably involve some negotiation with the developers, et cetera. And I am unsure as to where that will take us, but I must ask the question and propose this proposition to try and see if that could be affected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just going to ask our CAO just to comment on how she sees the master traffic and mobility plan unfolding in terms of our residential streets.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I think council's been very clear over the past year, and even the end of the previous council term, that they were very interested in a rethink of some of our transportation with respect to active transportation, more cycling routes, with respect to speed limits and what the speed limit should be across town, particularly on local roads, but some of the other ones as well, with respect to traffic calming around schools and the like. So there does seem to be a sea change, and I don't think I would be misreading the situation if I thought that the outcome of our strategic plan may start to push some of these items when that does come back to council. And in anticipation of that, Director Slama and Manager West have put together a scope for our master transportation and mobility study that does include looking at what the impacts might be and the benefits as well of changing some of our traffic patterns across town. And that would include things like including or not including a link westerly from 3rd, whether it curves to the north or just continues west into other developments. And they've also looked at how to integrate some of the speed study and speed limit work in that study. So we're just about to come back to council with an overview of that work, just the major milestones, and also the with the consultant and the major milestones and steps within that study. So I just wanted to assure the public and assure council that what you've asked for is being addressed and is actively underway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I think I have to say that I'm a little concerned in one point, that given the fact that we went in and we received legal advice and we received our staff's reaffirmation of the position and things that council need to be doing in relationship to our work with the developer and also with our work going forward with the transportation plan and information. And I believe that in the face of all that, to continue with this amendment, knowing there's another choice, simply to make a political statement is a little offensive to me. And it's just not fair to put us in a position to ask us to ignore all the advice we've been given and knowing that it would jeopardize this evidentiary position. So I'm not going to be able to support this part, but I know there is something coming. And I know we can all be heartened by the fact that council is very concerned and are doing and pursuing the other avenues it has to do in the right way to get the right result that we want for our community. So I just felt compelled to say that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. And just through you to Councillor Baines's opinion about the torrent of traffic that's going to go down 3rd Street. I'm going to beg to differ a little bit on that fact, because I just quickly off the top of my head, 1st Street and the Pretty River Parkway are 4-lane highways. And from the corner of High and 1st Street to the Highway 26 at the Toyota, there's 7 traffic lights in that route, which sounds like a lot. But now I'm going to go to High Street, High and 3rd, and take 3rd all the way across town on Ontario Street on a 2-lane highway. And there are 7 stop signs and 2 traffic lights. So there's more stoppages on a 2-lane highway or street. I can't see anybody that's going to save 4 or 5 minutes, as was indicated, saving the time on that street. And I just I think it's not being used as a bypass now, and just the little addition of from Balsam to from High Street to from 3rd Street, I'm sorry, to Cambridge, sorry, is going to make that much difference. That there's going to be a load of traffic. I'm thinking that the load of traffic that does take that is doing it to get to High Street, so they can go either south or north or south on it.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? I'll just say that I do think it is an issue, and that having read the traffic reports, people will, if that is connected from Cambridge, which is by Walmart, down through the west side of High and comes out at 3rd, I think people will use 3rd in Ontario to get out, because the traffic study says that 1st Street won't be moving, basically. So, and I've been on enough streets now in Toronto that are 2-lane with that to get from, the Allen Expressway to King and Bay is all 2-lane through neighborhoods, and it is not the kind of neighborhoods you'd want to have your kids growing up on, in my own view. So anyway, I hope we won't see that. I'm looking forward to our updated Master Transportation and Mobility Plan. I'm very encouraged by hearing what our CAO says, that the plan will specifically look at the impact on our residential streets, because previously our Master Transportation plans, they have never looked at the impact on our residential streets. They've looked at the, what are the main intersections and how, because the goal has been to move traffic through our community. Let's get it through. How do we move it fast? When you turn the picture around, you say the goal might not be just to move traffic through from town of Blue Mountain to Wasaga, but it might be, how do we have the most livable residents and also move that traffic, right? There's different layers you can put on it. So I'm very much, with what Councillor Baines is saying. I'm sadly not going to support it, because I think, based on all I've heard, I'm going to put forward another amendment if yours doesn't pass. But I thank you for bringing this forward, because these are really important issues for our community. All right, so we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that fails. Thank you. So the amendment I'm going to bring forward is where the plan, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for coming back in. So currently on the one of the transportation maps shows on the west side of High a notation for the extension of Cambridge south to 3rd that says future collector. And there's also some policies embedded in the plan that speaks to this. So the amendment I would suggest is putting a circle around that future collector wording, and making the necessary text changes to the specific policies that would say that these changes are subject to, in other words, the connecting link would be considered through the upcoming Master Transportation and Mobility Plan and are subject to further amendment upon the completion of that plan. Can we say that again? Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Can you please chair this? Thank you.
Sorry about that, Mary Hamlin. I should have thought of that myself.
Yeah.
So you've given some wording there, and I'm going to first turn to see if there's a seconder, Councillor Doherty, and I believe Councillor Jeffrey had her card up to speak.
So I think the words the clerk has put before us that I understand have come from Director Valentine and Mr. Palmer. So I'm just going to read that quickly.
So I'm going to read
yes,
it
that's
out.
good. I'll move that.
That a notation be added to Schedule 5 and 6 and the relevant site-specific policies to indicate that the future collector connection between 3rd and Cambridge Streets is subject to further study. And we have the seconder with Councillor Doherty, and I'll ask you if you want to speak first, but if not, then I'll go to Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to say that I am pleased that staff were able to come up with a recommendation for us that the mayor could put forward that would work in putting our community on notice that we are working on it and that it is top of mind moving forward in our processes. So I appreciate their help with that.
And Councillor Houston, you had your card up. Do you still want to speak? You're okay with it? And anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to either Director Valentine or Consultant Palmer. Is that wording fine with you as far as it goes in the official plan?
Thank you for the question through Mr. Chair. Yes, that's fine. We found the places where it will go and we will insert the appropriate wording.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Baines.
I'm pleased to support this if this proves more palatable to council than my motion. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? I think I would just add that I'm supportive of it, and that's why I had declared my earlier non-disqualifying. I felt it was something that I'd be able to support, and not knowing what the wording was going to be, that was the position that was taken. So I don't believe Mayor Hamlin, you want to say anything?
I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
So we have the amendment as read in front of us, and I will call vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And I'll turn back to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. So we have all these amendments before us. Oh, Councillor Jeffrey, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm advised by staff that with respect to my request to have the priorities not numbered but asterisked, that I need to make a formal amendment request. So I'm doing so. I'll need a seconder.
Councillor Ring, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Sorry, I've lost my paper copy of the agenda, so I'm just going back here to get it. Oh, thank you. Our clerk's amazing as usual. So what we're looking to is an adoption of this motion that we've read in, that we have a mover and a seconder for, which is 4.1 as amended. Pardon?
Please.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Jeffries asked for a recorded vote. Yes, Councillor Houston.
Maybe just need some clarification. If I need to sever the part that I declared a conflict over.
Yes, I think that's probably best. Okay. So do you want to just remind us what that is?
Yes, it was the amendment to restrict office space on the main floor of Hurontario Street.
Right. So, okay. So does everyone remember this? Okay. So we'll vote on the official plan and except for that amendment as amended. Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So I'll ask you to leave. Thank you. So we're going to vote for this with all the amendments, including the one to deal with the here Ontario office space. Okay. All those in, oh yes. Yeah.
Procedural question to the clerk. Was this motion moved and seconded? Okay, I must have missed that. Thank you.
No, that's always good to ask. Just the office. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Houston, you can return. All right. Thank you. That was great work, everybody. Yeah. So we have 2 updates from our CAO, and I'll just turn this over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The first update is on the water treatment plant expansion project. And as the public and council is aware, the low bidder in this project has agreed to maintain their prices until January 16th of 2024. So just over another month. There was a significantly higher low bid than we had all expected. We've been continuing to meet with the Developers and Municipalities Task Force. We've, in that meeting, looked at the numbers related to what an advanced developer payment might look like in the various municipalities and if there are benefits for entering such an arrangement. We've been speaking with trustees and lawyers who've supported a similar arrangement in Innisfil. And that they've reported has been working well. That's for their wastewater treatment plant. And we recently met with the municipalities side, and there was a recommendation at that meeting that there be a joint in-camera meeting of a few of the key councils, including our own, with AECOM to see the confidential internal details of the design of the plant and some more information about why it is as expensive as it is within that site, and to look at a few of the numbers related to negotiations and costs. So the clerk, at our request, has reached out to clerks from the town of the Blue Mountains, Clearview, and New Tecumseh to find a joint meeting date as soon as practical for a virtual meeting of our councils. Collingwood is ready to go with our portion. We have thought about these expenditures within the context of other projects that council has expressed as valuable to the community, such as our coming need for a wastewater treatment plant expansion, potential investments in an arts center or a multi-use recreation facility, affordable housing commitments and desires, as well as our asset management investments so that we can renew the assets that we have. But I just want to really emphasize that Collingwood is ready to go in our portion, should council vote to do so. We do need the province to engage. We very much want the provincial development facilitator or another official to become involved. At the time that the original bids were opened, our mayor and the mayor of New Tecumseh wrote to the province and asked that we set up a dialogue on how the province could help us or potentially backstop some of the cash flow concerns, particularly from the New Tecumseh perspective. We also need our other municipal partners to confirm. Council has asked us to seek an agreement in principle with the town of the Blue Mountains for their 10% contribution to the expansion. We do see this, certainly from our perspective and from a staff perspective, as a win for us both and an effective way to meet their needs. However, an MOU would need preparation in short order for both councils' consideration, and we have been working on what that memorandum of understanding could contain, and a common understanding of their emerging needs in the interim as well as the longer term. We're also, after discussion with council, looking at, committed to sending a letter to the new Tecumseh Council indicating that there wouldn't be a water increase beyond what they receive today without a commitment to advance the water treatment expansion. They have been good partners to us in this journey so far. However, it will be their ability to find arrangements for them to fund their portion of this multi-municipality collaboration that will be the make it or break it for advancing this innovative work that supports our entire region. On a side note, CAO Parkin, who we've worked productively with, has indicated that he is taking a job, which could be considered a promotion, to become the CAO at Elgin County. He will be with New Tecumseh until the end of the year, minus some vacation. Bruce Hoppe, HOPPE, is our contact starting shortly for this water treatment plant work in New Tecumseh. And I have not yet heard of New Tecumseh Council's nomination of an acting or replacement CAO. I anticipate that they'll make that decision soon. I have also heard after some interim report backs from Director Slama through the work that AECOM's doing on interim water. So this is water that could flow above our current cap between now and the time that the new plant comes online in 2029, we hope. That's the plan at the moment. Is that due to declining lake levels, we may need a raw water well uplift pump to ensure we can get volume over 31,000 cubic meters per day. So that would either be related to building an interim approach that we would no longer use once the new plant was in place, or committing to a rather large uplift pump that would be sufficient for our ultimate build out. So there is 8 to 9 months of work with AECOM in looking at what the possibilities are within our current plant, and particularly if the award of the large expansion doesn't go forward, there'll be some very important information there. But in any case, interim water supply is very important. We understand with the developers, if there is advanced funding for ourselves, for New Tech, or possibly even Town of Blue Mountains or Clearview. And that is the updates that we have this time, Mayor Hamlin.
Okay, thank you. And I believe you have an update also on the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Center.
Yes, I do. And this is, I'm very pleased to say that the development agreement between the town and the Depoche Development Group has now been fully signed. It's been in progress for some time, since August. And council, I believe, the staff involved and the Depoche group are very excited about the vision that's been set out for this site. Many people may be familiar with it because it was subject to some public consultation prior to council's endorsement of the developer's proposed ministerial zoning order. And for those who aren't familiar with ministerial zoning order, it's a tool whereby the minister can, in one fell swoop with a pen, change the zoning on a site such that development can move forward more quickly. This development agreement binds the owners and any future owners to the agreement that has been set out between the parties. Please look forward to a joint press release that will follow in the coming day or so and provide more information that will outline the benefits outside of the development itself that will be coming forward to our community, including the hospital lands provision. Council's been very clear in this development agreement and its negotiation and its instructions to me and the negotiation group that is a strong and primary consideration, that we've set up a space for the hospital to be placed on the lands, and we hope that the province will make that decision to move forward in the near future. It's exciting to work together and to do this while ensuring the town's interests are protected for some exciting outcomes related to jobs, healthcare, all ages setups, outdoor space and innovation, and more. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to proceed back in camera. Do we need another motion for this? No. All right. So because we still have one item on our in-camera list. This was a CAO performance appraisal. So there will not be a rise and report. And should I be adjourning this? Recessing. Okay, we're gonna just recess. So thank you to the public who have come today. We won't be coming back after we're in camera, so we'll stay in this room and we'll have our in-camera session once you've left. Thank you so much. Okay, I better call. Hey. Okay. All right. So I need a motion to rise from in camera. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston. All those in favor, unanimous. And lastly, we have a confirmatory bylaw. That bylaw number 2023-096 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting of council held December 11, 2023 be enacted and passed this 11th day of December 2023. Deputy Mayor moves. Councillor Perry seconds. All those in favor, that's unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone. And oh, we have a tie. Okay, give it to Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor. We're adjourned. Thank you. And that's yours too.